If I can have members of council to please come to the council chambers. Councillor Crisanti. If I can have members of council to please take their seats. Okay, members of council, if you can please take your seats. We do have quorum. This meeting is now resumed. Members, before the recess, council was debating item EX 28.2 on the Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan 2019 to 2038. Before we return to that item, I would take the release of member holds. Put your name under request to question staff. Councillor Karygiannis, quick release.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 3, CD 23.12, Managing Refugee Flows. I do have a motion. If staff can put it up, please. Okay. Basically, we're asking the federal government to come to the table to look not only the refugee claimants, not only the refugees, the refugee claimants, and as well as people are coming to this country, and make sure that we have additional funds required in order for us, for the City of Toronto and stakeholder agencies to be able to look after them.
So that's the amendment on the screen. Deputy Mayor,
additional amendment as well. It's along the same lines. I think
okay,
staff have drafted it for me.
The staff has it?
Yeah, the City Council requested the Executive Director of all those things to report back in the first quarter of 2018 on the total cost of resettlement of refugees and refugee claimants to date and going forward.
Okay. So it's not a quick item.
I just want to know how much it's costing us.
It's not a quick item. Councillor McMahon.
Sorry, Councillor Perruzza is distracting me. So I have a quick release, and there's a supplemental report that came in 6:50.
What page,
oh,
Councillor
right.
McMahon?
Sorry. It is TE 27.119, and I'm going to find the page for you. Page 11?
Page 11?
Page 5?
It's,
Oh, sorry, I didn't have my glasses on. 0.11A.
no, it's T2711, right?
Yep. And
Okay.
I have A is the supplemental report, which you received. It's the yellow one. I have a motion for development in my ward.
Okay, this is 650 and 652 Kingston Road and 2 Main Street, right? Correct?
Yes. Sorry?
Okay. Do we have the motion we can put on the screen? Okay.
Oh, that one there. Yes, yes. There's nothing else?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that's right. We're all good? So it'd be great to have your support.
Okay, the amendment is on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Okay, clause is amended, recorded.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 34 in favor.
Okay, is that it, Councilor McMahon? Okay, any further items, Councilor McMahon?
No, that's good.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, I think I might be able to make this easy. On CD 23.12, I'll withdraw my motion.
What page?
Page 3, Managing Refugee Flows, I'll withdraw my motion and just let Councillor Karygiannis' amendment stand.
So that's on page 3, CD 23.12, correct?
Yes.
So, can I have a motion to withdraw Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong's motion? On favor? Carried. Okay, Councilor Mihevc?
It's not controversial. Believe me, it's not controversial.
On the same item?
On the same item, yes. It's been worked on with staff.
All right. So, on Councillor Karygiannis' amendment, on favor? Recorded vote?
Jim Houston.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Councillor Cole, when you're seated, please. Thank you.
Councillor Cole, we've closed the vote. May we have your vote verbally, please? Yes. Okay.
The amendment carries unanimously, 34 in favor.
Okay, on Councillor Mihevc's amendment, on favor? Carried. Item is amended. Recorded.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Layton.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, do you have another quick release, or is that it? That's it? Okay. Councillor Ainslie?
On a point of order, could you provide some clarity on, so the rest of the day, there's 36 or 37 items left, I believe, and we have a budget committee meeting that's scheduled for tomorrow? So is the intent to finish the agenda today?
Well, I would like to finish the agenda today. It's up to council.
No,
Okay. Counselor Fletcher, you have a motion that you'd like to introduce?
Yes, I do, Speaker. It's about delivery, weedora, like a foodora, but marijuana being delivered to people's homes. And many of my residents, and I'm sure many other residents in other wards, are very worried that kids are going to have it delivered to them. So I have a motion to put in front of you today.
Okay, on favor? This is just to introduce it. On favor?
How difficult is it?
Okay, I see Councillor McMahon and Holiday's name up there. Is that for another quick release? Oh, okay. Councillor McMahon?
So,
Hold on, I did, yes, sorry. I did take a vote on everybody. Okay. Councillor McMahon?
so Deputy Mayor Minawong he's letting me, or he's releasing this and I'm passing it. MM 34.8, reaffirming support for Bill 158, Protecting Vulnerable Road Users Act.
Okay, Councillor Perks held it.
And then he
Okay. Okay, so Councillor McMahon, you're releasing it?
yes.
Okay. On page 6, MM 34.8, recorded vote?
Recorded. Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Layton. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
The item carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 2, AU 10.5, Toronto Building Division, conditional permits. I'm prepared to release that.
Okay. On page 2, Audit Committee, Toronto Building Division, Councillor Holiday is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Karygiannis, I see your name up there. Is it up there for a reason? In the middle. Okay. All right. Now, Councillor Mihevc, you would like to make an announcement.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, colleague councillors. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you a delegation from the great country of Slovenia, which is the country of my parents' birth. And the delegation includes and is headed by Mr. Zdravko Počivalšek, who is the Minister of Economic Development and Technology. He's the head of the delegation. He's accompanied by about 6 people from Slovenia and also accompanied by the Ambassador of Slovenia, His Excellency Dr. Marian Sensen, and the Honorary Consul in Toronto, Mr. John Doma. They were here in Aurora. They're just coming through Toronto. They're going to be meeting with Economic Development tomorrow. Yesterday they signed a very good deal between Magna Corporation and the country of Slovenia for a plant there. So I'm hoping that you could help me give them a good, hearty Toronto welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll now go back to the item. And I believe that we just had one more speaker on that one. Okay, just one sec, please. Okay, Councilor McMahon, didn't you have your name up there? Okay, it's there. Okay, Councilor Wong Tam, what is your point of order?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just in reference to the motion I had moved earlier, I said to Councillor Fillion that I would be agreeable to a friendly amendment. Since he's now placed his own motion, what I'd like to do is go back to my original motion, and I just wanted to advise the members of the chambers of that intention. And so they will the clerks will put that on the screen when they're prepared.
Okay. Councilor McMahon to speak.
Sure. And I think I'm the last, right?
No, there's two more.
Who's behind me?
You don't get to find out until there's four
She's
more.
not the chair.
There's four more.
This is executive committee.
Right, okay. So I'll start, I'll be quick, but I will, first of all, I will thank staff who've done a heck of a lot of work on this for the last, well, 2 years for sure, but longer than that. So specifically Matt Bentley over there beside Janie. They're shy. Suzanne Burkhardt, whoever you are, there you are. Don't be shy. Petra Wolfbeiss. And our consultant, Stephen Langlois, no S, from Monteith Brown Planning. So they've done such great work, and the consultants did reach out to each and every one of us extensively, some more than once, because you councillors followed up. So sometimes things get buried in our emails and whatnot, but you know, we're only a phone call away, and it does behoove us to connect with them and get our knowledge of our ward and our desires of our community made known, which is what they did, and then they took that information and they came up with the report. And it's a fantastic 20-year plan for the city. It's supposedly never really been done before, according to my colleague over there. And we're looking at equity right across the ward, the city, and not just new builds, but maintaining and repairing what we have, being extremely inclusive. And I will say that I will not be supporting one single motion. It is a comprehensive plan. They've done a ton of work. We don't need to meddle with it. If you have some concerns or questions, compliments, of course, they'll always take. But anything else, you can go speak to staff and we can discuss it further at the time of implementation, which will be in June at Executive Committee. But talk to them ahead of time. That is your time to discuss all these. But all these, thanks for the efforts, but I won't be supporting them, and I'd ask you not to either. And I just want to say it's a great plan for helping us create more healthy Torontonians and a healthy city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday. You want to take your name off? Okay. Okay, Councillor Shiner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Following Councillor McMahon's comments, it was really a thank you to the staff in the Parks and Recreation Department for doing what I believe is a very thorough analysis of the needs across the city. It's something that's very hard to do, but was very much needed, and not just for us knowing what parks would have to go there, but with the intensification coming to the city, knowing how we plan for that. And it's something that has been very much missing for many years here, and I know it was catching up on that, and that's the plan in front of us. I'm sure every one of us could suggest more facilities that would go into the communities that we need. But this is a $2.1 billion plan. Over $750 million short over the 20 years, an average of $38 million short a year. And I know our city manager just loves the fact that we're he's giving me the thumbs up. It's $38 million short. And to our new chief financial officer over there, the question is, how the heck are you going to find that? But it does at least give us the numbers. It gives us the challenge, the ability to go forward, and the ability to include some of this in our development charges bylaws as well, so we can try to find ways to make it happen. We're now challenged with delivering this. We have a plan. We've made a statement. We've said what we want. People are moving into the city. We have to provide them with services. We have a plan that we have to deliver on. So I wanted to thank the staff for their hard work in it, the members of council that have worked it through in the committee, and the fact that it's here. And I'm hoping that with the great work that we might be able to do and through the city manager and our acting chief financial officer, that we can find a way to actually bring this to reality and start to deliver what we have. And there are a whole bunch of people that have add-ons that are thinking, in this case, of themselves or their communities only. I have trouble with that. I have trouble with that because we're going to have difficulty meeting the targets that we already have here. But I would have no problem on the standalone projects if they came to us because of further intensification or needs in that area, because I think that's when we should consider them, but not now. So again, thank you for the hard work, and if council passes this today, I'm going to thank in advance our city manager for finding a way to make it happen.
Thank you. Okay, we're ready to vote. If you can ring the bells. Which order? Numerical? Yeah. Okay, we're going to be voting in numeric order. Okay, motion number 2. All in favor? Oh. All right, so if we can put the motion on the screen, motion number 1 by Councillor Palacio. All in favor? Record it. Okay, record it.
Councillor DiGiorgio and Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 15 to 20.
Motion number 2, recorded vote.
Councillor Palacio, please.
Councillor DiGiorgio, we're voting.
The motion carries 21 to 17.
Motion 3 by Councillor Kristen Wong-Tam. Recorded vote. Yeah, for those members that weren't here at the beginning, Councillor Wong Tam got up and mentioned that Councillor Fillion's motion was separate, so she was going to amend her motion.
Councillor DiGiorgio and Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 17 to 21.
Motion 4 by Councillor Fletcher. Recorded vote. Okay, can I have the staff not speak to the councillors when we're in the middle of a vote? Hello?
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam, please.
The motion carries 23 to 15.
Motion 5 by Councillor Carroll.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Karygiannis, please.
The motion carries 23 to 15.
Motion 6 by Councillor Karygiannis. Recorded vote.
Councillor DiGiorgio. Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Troisi, please.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 15 to 23.
Motion 7 by Councillor Fillion. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Kelly.
Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Mihevc, please, and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Kelly, please, your vote.
The motion carries 20 to 18.
Item as amended. Recorded?
Councillor Robinson, please. Councillor Grimes, please.
Councillor Bailão, please.
The item as amended carries unanimously, 38 in favor.
Okay, so we'll now, Councillor Fletcher?
Speaker, as we just finished this item, and earlier it was mentioned that Mr. Schreiner would be retiring at the end of the year. I just wanted on all of our behalfs to thank him so much for the great master plan, all of his work, the great facilities we have all over the City of Toronto. I know how proud he is of each and every facility, and thank you very much from all of us, Mike Schreiner, for a great job.
Thank you. So now we'll go to our second timed item, which is on page 4, which is Striking Committee 14.7, and on page 5, CC 34.2. We're going to deal with those two items at the same time. Okay? So, do we have any questions on ST 14.7? Councillor Fletcher.
General, I'm just looking, I'm wondering about this committee. What is the workload that's expected for this committee, this real estate board?
Okay, just a moment. We'll get the staff down here. Okay.
Through you, Madam Speaker, we expect to have the board meet every other month.
Every other month, and the total amount of all of the properties that will be at this board, that they'll have the jurisdiction over. Can you give me a ballpark on that?
Well, it's a very large and extensive portfolio, but we expect specific matters related to the agency's mandate to come forward to this board.
What's the value of the portfolio?
The total assessed value of the portfolio is in the range of $14 to $15 billion.
14 to 15 billion. And when these reports are coming forward, you're now going to have agency reports that will be coming forward in a way that wasn't the case before. Is that right?
That's correct.
So TTC would do its own, and Library Board would do its own, and TPLC would do its own, and Build Toronto would do its own. Now it's all coming into one place that this board will have the oversight over all of those properties.
For matters that fall within the mandate of the agency, yes, that's correct.
What matters?
But we don't expect the volume of reports coming through the agency to be of high volume. It won't be hundreds of reports.
And are there any lobbying requirements, lobbying rules around the members?
So we
Council members?
Yes, so we're working with the Lobbyist Registers Group to determine the rules that apply relative to lobbying.
Would there be new rules outside of the ones that we have? as councillors going about our everyday business?
No, we don't expect so.
So there could be lobbying based on a $14 or $15 billion portfolio from anybody in the way that we can be lobbied. Is that what you're saying?
So what I'm saying is that the current rules that apply to lobbying relative to city councillors or agencies would apply to the new agency.
So for lobbying, you can't lobby when something's under sale, but you can come in with all of your ideas about our $14 to $15 billion corporation. Correct?
Yes, I suppose so.
So do you think they need to be tightened up, given that it's 14 or 15? Does any council...
Okay, point of order, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Can you hold that time, please?
Yes, I did.
The matter before us, we're not talking about rules. We're talking about the appointments to this real estate board. That is not within the realm of the discussion of the debate.
Well, thank you for pointing that out. I'm just being clear.
Trying to help.
Pardon?
Just trying to help.
I know you are so helpful.
So,
I'm just questioning, in making my decision, what pressures may be on various councillors that we would be naming here. And the issue here is all of the, let's say all the Portlands are now going to be under the jurisdiction of this board, so the councillors that we would appoint would have jurisdiction over all of those lands and be involved with Waterfront Toronto?
Yes, that would be correct.
And they would be involved with the developers who have interests also as well on the Portlands?
Yes.
And they'd be able to be lobbied by all of those developers?
So I would just reiterate that the current rules around lobbying would continue to be in place in the new real estate model.
When these reports will be, which will be quite complicated and financial, would be coming to the real estate board, would you expect that the councillors there would be prepared and ready to discuss all of the matters in front of them for this very important portfolio?
They would need to be prepared based on receiving the report, reading the report. Yes, I would expect so.
You'd expect that they would have read it. If they had questions, would you expect that they would have been in touch with you or with Ms. Scioli ahead of time to have those clarified prior to the board meeting?
I would expect so, but they would certainly have the opportunity to ask questions of staff during the course of the board meeting.
Would you expect a lot of reports to be deferred because councillors haven't had a chance to read them in their busy, busy lives?
Based on our current experience with Build Toronto, I wouldn't expect so.
Yeah, Councillor.
That's, thank you, I'm finished.
Yeah, okay, because I think it's just like any other committee. Okay. Councillor Pasternak.
Oh, so soon?
Yeah, because it's questions about the appointments.
Yeah. Question?
So when it comes to surplus declarations, will the members of this board have the final say in whether a City of Toronto property is disposed of, or does it have to come from council first? A surplus declaration has to be passed here, and then the board can act.
Through you, Madam Speaker, so the current process around property disposal will continue to follow the same process. We'll circulate the property, the city real estate services division will circulate the property. If there's no municipal interest in the property, then it would be deemed surplus and it would come to council through the normal process. Following that, it would then fall under the jurisdiction of the Toronto Realty Agency.
Now, there's citizen appointments on the.
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. Is there an honorarium for citizen appointment?
If I recall from the report we brought forward to Executive Committee and Council, there is remuneration for the members.
But not for councillors.
Not for councillors,
not
correct.
For councillors.
Just for the citizen members.
And maybe this is more of a rhetorical question, but do you think 6 times a year meeting for one of the largest real estate portfolios in the country is sufficient?
So we had quite a bit of discussion around that through you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. We will have subcommittees of the board to deal with matters of investment matters, human resource matters, etc.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So what we have before us is appointments. Councillor Davis?
I want to deal with CC 34.2, which I understand is next, so.
Well, we're,
Same board, citizen members.
yeah, okay. All right, to speak on ST 14-7? Yeah, just a council appointment? Okay, all in favor of approving the item? Carried. Okay. Oh, sorry, yeah, okay, I just didn't see your name there, so, sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
that since I held it, you'd ask me if I'm speaking.
Yeah, I know, sorry, Councillor Fletcher.
I didn't
Go
have
ahead.
to put my name there, Councillor.
Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'm just going to say that I am a little concerned, and I'll tell you why I'm concerned with this current configuration. And in particular, I'm concerned about the weightiness of the reports that will be in front of this committee, board, $14 to $15 billion worth of our real estate. And I was concerned, and I'll be honest with you here, that at the Planning and Growth Committee, that a fairly simple report that had been in front of the Planning and Growth Committee at least 3 times, very fulsomely 3 months prior, was deferred. And the chair of the Planning and Growth Committee, Councillor Shiner, said it was because people had questions and hadn't had a chance to read the report. Now, this is 880 acres. It's the city's strategic land use plan. There's a lot of arguing out there about what should happen on these 880 acres and how much affordable housing should there be. What should the mix be between employment uses, commercial uses, and residential, how the city's using its land, and a lot of lobbying that goes on about that 880 acres. It also has a plan by the Sidewalk Labs to include those acres in its planning on behalf of Waterfront Toronto, and I guess by extension, the city. So it's an area that has a lot of value. I assume that part of the 14 to 15 billion is going to be that very area of the 880 acres in the Portlands. So I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned that such an important land use report was adjourned. And it wasn't just deferred, it was adjourned so that at the next meeting in November, there can be no new deputations, there can be nothing new, just pick it up exactly where it was left off. I'd not heard of adjournment before. I know we defer things in order to do more and have more people come out. So I'm quite concerned about that. I'm very concerned that councillors, 3 of them who are on that committee, Planning and Growth Committee, and the chair has indicated that the councillors requested that they needed more time for this report. So I'm unclear how, if councillors are on Planning and Growth, which is a fairly significant, heavy lifting committee with a lot of information about land use and transactions, if they can't have read one of the most important pieces, one of the most important reports, and if it had already been there 2 or 3 times, I don't understand what went on and why that went on there. So I think that they're too busy. I think they're too busy. They're too busy to read the reports before that committee. I'm sure they're too busy to read the reports before the Toronto Real Estate Board with $14 to $15 billion of our assets sitting there. So that is what I have to say. I remain very concerned about that. I'll express that again on November 15th when this report comes again to Planning and Growth, one that's been anticipated and one that has a very big impact on many, many industries, has an impact on starting the river, has an impact on film, has an impact on residential, has a big impact. And somehow, without any notification, that meeting was adjourned.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner?
Well, I really hadn't intended to speak, but it appears I've been drawn into this. So the first thing I would say is that I believe that the appointees that are being recommended from council can do an excellent job there. I think Councillor DiCiano has been on Build Toronto for a while and works very hard. His work there takes an awful lot of time to understand the issues, and I know that Councillor Barlow works very hard on all the assignments that she has, is very concerned about affordable housing in the city, is a mayor spokesperson on that, and is a voice that we need at this new agency. So I have no doubt that the right people are being appointed. Could other right people have been appointed? Absolutely. They're not the only great people that could be there. There's others. But you had to make a decision and get a workable board. And the mayor has asked me to serve as his designate. I appreciate that and the trust that he's put in me. And I think the appointments are right. But on the issue of what's transpired and the ability to do work, because we weren't now talking about appointments, this was now talking about something that's happening at committee. And the committee was absolutely right. Now, Councillor Fletcher may not want to hear it, but you have a major 50-year plan that went in front of a committee. And I was asked by some members, well, why did you adjourn it? Well, because departments write reports, committees make recommendations to council, and you here at council make the decision. And some of my colleagues were not comfortable with the information that they had, and having read it, still not understanding what the impacts were, and if it was the right recommendations. So what we did is decided not to start again at committee by having multiple deputants now show up to try and lobby the committee on a decision, which is what happens. We heard from everybody that was interested, and we adjourned it, which means thank you for all your input. We're going to come back and work on it as a committee in public with any other questions we have of staff and go forward. That was the right decision, because this committee wasn't comfortable in making a recommendation to you yet. And it's not a case where one member of council who's worked on it for a long time, and I appreciate that we all work on plans in our own areas, is king of the report or queen and can dictate what it should be.
Point of order, Councillor Fletcher.
King or a queen, I just happened to get a briefing, as every other member of council, including a chair of a major committee with a major report, could have had, and anyone else could have had. And it was at the committee 3 times. So I'd just like Councillor Shiner to withdraw that I think I'm the queen. I'm not the queen.
I did not name anybody, nor am I the king. That's exactly what I said. None of us are the rulers of the wards when it comes to any of the plans. It is extremely important, and I've said it here on other occasions, that we all consider the implications of the recommendations on development applications that go to community councils and to us, or go to Planning and Growth Committee and to us, because we are all charged with that responsibility. So the fact that some members of council didn't want to send it on yet, thought we found a creative way to let them get an extra month to think about it and see what they wanted to do with it. And as I said, I support the recommendations that are here, because I think from many great members that are here, there was a good choice made as the people that could well serve us for the balance of this term of council, because it's 1 year early until the end of the council term on this new agency that we're all looking forward to see making some progress and strides in helping us deal with our real estate.
Thank you. So on the item, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Min Wong, please.
The item carries 32-1.
Thank you. Our next item is on page 5. CC 34.2, Toronto Realty Agency Board, appointment of public members. Do we have any questions? Councillor Davis, questions?
I guess I'm just not sure who I would ask. I guess the appointment staff, but the real estate board, as Councillor Fletcher pointed out, will be dealing with real estate transactions, and we have candidates here that potentially have some conflicts, as may happen on just about any board, but because this is such an important board, have we addressed the question of conflict and whether to look at changes to the code of conduct for any other boards that were dealing with very significant transactions at the city?
The Integrity Commissioner was asked to review the Code of Conduct for members of local boards and consider whether there should be any modifications or enhancements for the new investment board.
And that report is coming. Do you think that
Yes.
we could also do the same thing for this board?
I do.
And because we do know some people who are being recommended have real estate interests, and that would help us to get some advice from the Integrity Commissioner about how their holdings or could be looked at. I mean, I have no idea how the code of conduct might be enhanced, but
I do think it's the sort of thing that the Integrity Commissioner could look at, though. It's a question to be referred to the Integrity Commissioner.
okay. I did want to, no, that's it. Thank you very much. I'm going to move a motion to that effect.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When you were selecting the citizen members for this board, did you look at citizens who come from across the city? For all, basically, would these citizens cover all 4 of our, say, community councils?
Our outreach, we put together a pretty exhaustive list of organizations that we can go to find suitable candidates. It goes across professional organizations, community organizations. We also take a look at the geographical diversity as well, and also diverse candidates.
Okay. And who made the decision for which citizens would sit for the 2 years and who would sit for the 4 years?
The nominating panel.
Okay. One of the selected citizens right now sits on another city board. Would they have to step down from that board? And if they were selected today to be on this board, would they have to step down? And if so, when?
Yes, they would have to step down immediately. So, pending the decision of the of council today, we would contact that person, let them know the decision, and advise them that they must resign from that current position.
So it wouldn't wait until January 1st when they're appointed on this board if they're already on the board?
Well, we would let them know. Obviously, it would take effect January 1st.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Shan, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to find out how the makeup of the team here, the appointments are with respect to race, gender, and other forms of equity.
Through you, Madam Chair, what I can say is that we have 3 women and 3 men and 1 diverse candidate.
And how was the decision for who the chair would be made? Was it by the nominating panel?
Yes, through the nominating panel.
And was there any particular reasons used as a criteria for deciding that? Or?
We have council-approved qualifications for the chair position, so that's taken into consideration, and ultimately it's the panel's decision how they would like to proceed.
How diverse was the nominating panel?
The nominating panel is made up of councillors. I don't have a disclosure on their diversity, but it's made up of 3 councillors, one male and two males and 1 female. That's as much as...
Who are the councillors?
It would be the chairs, Councillor Holland, Councillor Grimes, and Councillor, the Deputy Mayor, Min Wong.
Thank you.
Thank you. To speak on the item? Councillor Davis.
I'm not sure that it's quite ready.
Pardon? It's not ready yet? Actually, Councillor Doucette, you held the item down. Did you want to speak? I believe you held it down. Yes. Councillor Doucette to speak.
It seems to have jumped from desk to desk to desk in the last few days. So I did hold this item down because I was interested in the new board. This is a great change in the city. And as we've heard, this board is going to be responsible for an awful lot of properties, a lot of our city assets. And I wanted to make sure that, not that I'm not saying I didn't trust the nominating panel, I just wanted to look at who was being appointed to the board. I spent quite a few hours yesterday actually looking at resumes. I don't think you can just take a name, and I don't think you can just look at a little blurb on the back of our public paper. I like to actually know who is going to be representing us, to be sitting with our city councillors. So as I say, I did have some questions. I asked staff, I got my answers, and I had a few questions today which have been answered. So on that point, I am fine, and I know other councillors had questions, which is the reason I held it.
Thank you. Is Councillor Davis's motion ready yet? Okay, Councillor Davis to speak.
I'd like to move that City Council request the Integrity Commissioner to review the Code of Conduct for local boards and recommend any required amendments to the Code of Conduct for the Toronto Realty Agency Board, given its fiduciary responsibilities. It's exactly the same motion that we moved. And I can hear Councillor Min Wong already arguing that something's wrong with it, but I do think they are fiduciary duties because they will be dealing with our assets, which have huge value. Yes, we want expertise in real estate, but we also want to be sure that we have the highest standard of conduct related to conflict of interest that we can possibly have. And I think it's reasonable with this board. It's new. We're all very anxious about it. We're giving them extended responsibilities beyond what Build Toronto had. And I want to make sure that we have the Code of Conduct examined as we did for the Investment Board. Thank you.
No questions.
That report is coming
Okay, we do
for the
have,
Investment Board.
We do have questions. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to Councillor Davis, I'm intrigued by the motion. You're speaking, you asserted conflict of interest as a particular concern. Is that the genesis or the crux of this?
When we're going to have people who are known to be developers, known to be working in the development industry, and we have recommendations here for people who have known careers and personal investments in the development industry. We have as well people who have acted for real estate companies in the past as well. I'm not suggesting anything or implying anything about these particular people. But we decided that we had to look at that for our investment board, and I think it's very reasonable to suggest we simply ask the Integrity Commissioner to see whether or not there are some changes we ought to put in place to ensure that they are acting, that they get advice. It is in their interests as well, I think, to get very clear advice from the Integrity Commissioner with respect to real estate transactions and holdings.
So do they need to be held to a higher standard than the other boards and agencies that the Integrity Commissioner serves? I think this is important because we are identifying or circling one particular agency as being needing a different standard than others, and I'm worried about the precedent that sets.
Councillor, there's already been a precedent. We already moved this for the Investment Board. Council approved it. That report is coming back. I think it's prudent. I think it's responsible. And these boards are different. But if the Integrity Commissioner says she doesn't have any advice that sets a higher standard, then we will take her advice, presumably.
Do you think they might need a special code of conduct that's different than the others?
I'm saying that we are now creating a separate agency that is going to manage real estate transactions for all of our agency boards and commissions. This is now a much larger area of responsibility, and if there is any advice that our Integrity Commissioner has to make sure that this board acts to the highest ethical standard possible, considering the responsibility they hold, just like the Investment Board, then we should take her advice.
Thank you.
Mayor Tory?
I was just going to ask Councillor Davis through you, Madam Speaker, and it's sort of along the lines of Councillor Holyday. I'm troubled by this only because there's an implication when it says in the last words, and I haven't got my copy yet, so I just saw it flash up on the board, that there's a fiduciary duty involved in being on this board. Well, there's a fiduciary duty involved in being on all of the boards to which we appoint people, and to me there is no distinction one from another, and that the responsibility that rests at common law and as well as under all of our codes and procedures to respect that fiduciary duty and to conduct oneself in the way as we're expected to do here, where we self-declare, and it's our responsibility to self-declare and to respect the fiduciary and statutory duty we have to avoid conflict. So too it is with the director, and I would ask if you agree with that, or do you have a different concept? It's sort of along the lines of what Councillor Holyday was asking.
Mr. Mayor, I'm simply replicating the exact wording of the motion that was approved when we asked the Integrity Commissioner to also look and give us advice on any particular changes that might apply for the Investment Board. And so what I am suggesting is that these two boards, obviously Council agreed in that case that we ought to be getting further advice. I'm simply saying in this situation where we have a large portfolio of real estate assets of great value that we want to make sure is managed appropriately, and that we want to ensure that we have the greatest accountability to achieve both our corporate objectives, but also be accountable to the public for this function. I think it is reasonable to ask for some advice like we did with the Investment Board. And this is, Mr. Mayor, I am not trying to be obstructionist. I am not trying to delay. I am not trying to point any fingers about the quality of these candidates. I'm asking the Integrity Commissioner to give us advice. That's all.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I take your word on that, obviously. And through you, Madam Speaker, I just might ask the member if are you generally accepting then of the notion that on a board like this, it is, let's put it this way, that there should be no prohibition against somebody who's been involved in real estate? I would argue it's actually a positive thing to have at least one or two directors who know something about real estate to help us with the task that you so ably described. But do you don't believe then there should be any prohibition against people from a real estate background being on this board?
I didn't say that. There's a real estate there's someone who is a real estate professional. In fact, there's more than one. There's someone who is a developer. There's someone who has a long history of in the development industry. There is a mix of people here. I'm simply suggesting that we want to be very clear as to whether or not there are any particular changes to the Code of Conduct that the Integrity Commissioner might advise us of as she is about to do with the Investment Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Councillor Davis, just to clarify, the intention of the motion is to ensure that those who have perhaps significant real estate holdings, considering that they are perhaps making some big decisions or be privy to information that may influence themselves or perhaps advantage friends or family or themselves, you just want to make sure that everything is operating above board and under the light. Is that correct? That wasn't a difficult question, was it? Ask for your microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll start your time over. Okay. Go ahead.
The simple answer is yes, but what I also hope to do is to make sure that the expectations are made clear for both the candidates or the members, soon-to-be members, and for council, any particular and specific advice that the Integrity Commissioner has about how they might deal with any property holdings, relationships in the industry. I think it's good, will be good for everyone involved to understand clearly what the expectations are.
And so that would extend to business dealings between members of this new agency and perhaps members of the business community that perhaps could be advantaged by having this individual on the board, or these individuals. I don't know who.
I don't want to imply there is any. Pardon me?
Can you please answer my question, Councillor?
No, I was responding to Councillor Min and Wong.
Okay, Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, clarification of the motion, and Councillor Davis, just keep on topic on your motion.
Excuse me?
Please? I appreciate it. Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, do you want to continue?
Let me just try this again. I mean, Councillor, are you concerned about the improper use of influence?
What I don't want to imply that at all.
I'm not asking that you're implying. I'm just saying, is that
for these candidates? I am simply asking that because this is a board that has the potential to have conflicts within the industry, as with the Investment Board, that we would have the Integrity Commissioner simply review it as we did the Investment Board.
Okay.
To give any particular advice on the code of conduct for these members.
I'll just try to simplify it in maybe terms that will be understandable today. Paradise Papers is okay. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Davis, I have a question. Councillor Davis?
Councillor Davis, there's another question.
So I'm trying to get what you're trying to do here. So you're suggesting that there should be different codes of conflict or codes of conduct or conflict of interest rules for an organization depending on its size? Just because it's a larger board or organization, we should have different rules? Is that what you're suggesting? Because that's what it seems.
Everything I do somehow is suspect. I am simply saying. I am simply saying we have a new agency with huge responsibilities. Just as we did with the Investment Board, we asked the Integrity Commissioner to give us some advice on whether or not there ought to be some kind of change to what we have in terms of the Code of Conduct for boards. Period.
So don't you think that we should be holding the same high standard to every organization, whether it's 15 billion or 50 million?
This is a new board. Some people may not have been on a board. I don't know. Boards, it will be in their interest as well as ours and our accountability to the public simply to ask the Integrity Commissioner, are there any as we did with the investment board, does she have any particular advice for any changes that might apply to this board? I've said it 10 times now.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you've exhausted the answer. Councillor Shiner to speak.
Madam Speaker, if I could, Councillor Davis, please. I don't have questions of you, just speaking.
Oh, she's exhausted.
In regards to this, what seems to be a question brought up by my colleague, you should know that these boards operate like our other boards, and the first thing you do when you start the meeting is ask for declarations of interest. There's a solicitor that sits there because it's a board of ours, and they do give advice, and on the current board, any member that might have had an interest has declared it, whether they're on the phone or in person, and not participated in the meetings, and they've done that well in advance, and they all understand that when they go forward as directors. And I believe it'll be the same thing on this new corporation. And the standards that are set there, this is actually an agency of ours, so they have to meet it. You're really asking someone to give you guidelines for something that's already going to be there. In regards to the appointees that are there, I think they're all qualified individuals, can all do a good job. One is the current chair of the interim board, well experienced, does a great job on it. One of them you know from past history as a member of council and someone who has served at one of our agencies for many years and now has been serving on the current agency, so he has been recommended to come back. And the third one is an individual that is serving now on our library board and has served there for a period of time. I think they're all well-qualified candidates. I did want to mention, though, because some questions came up as to whether I was supporting all these individuals, and I will tell you that I am. I think they're all qualified individuals. I did hear, however, from some of my members concerns about that, and they asked me about the other members, and I did speak with them about the other members that were there, because some of the current members of the board did apply, and they are terrific, and they could have provided a consistency and an ongoing history of what's transpired in many of the ongoing deals. So I think it's a good choice. I'm supporting the complete board. I think there's a good job by the committee doing that. I also, though, do want to take a moment. I do want to take a moment publicly to thank the current members of the board of Build Toronto, those that applied, those that are there, because from what I've had experiences with, Jimmy, can I finish mine and you do yours after? Well, you're right in front of me. I'm trying to speak, and you're talking to Councillor Minnan-Wong. You don't have to listen to me. I don't care if you don't care what I say. It's fine. But don't be in my face. Don't be mad at me. You're the guy who's right there. Absolutely. No problem. If I get in front of your face, you can say whatever you want. I just wanted to say a public thank you to them because over the years, the boards at Build Toronto have changed from representatives that were mostly real estate people on the first board to much more of community-minded people along with that. And this board, on behalf of them and having the privilege of chairing them, I wanted to give a big thanks to them for all of the work that they've done and in doing their very best to understand that they're more than a real estate company. They're a company that tries to deal with our surplus real estate in consultation with our colleagues here to make sure that everybody's satisfied with it and still do the city building initiatives that you've asked them all to do. And I think they've just been tremendous. And I just wanted to say a public thank you to all of them for all their hard work.
Thank you. To speak, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The chair of the nominating committee is not here, so I'm going to speak about what happened at the committee. So we spent the entire day interviewing candidates. I want to thank Councillor Doucette for holding this. She said she was very interested about who was being appointed. I would invite her, if she had such interest, to come to the committee and see some of the candidates. Madam Chair, I'm a little bit troubled because there seems to be an undertone here about some of the candidates not understanding rules, not understanding conflicts. It leaves the impression that something's not quite right.
A motion was moved about creating some special rules with regard to conflicts of interest or integrity. I'd like to tell...
Hold on, Councillor Davis. Yes, Councillor Davis?
I went out of my way to make it very clear that this was not about something being wrong here or some suspicion about these members. And I would ask the member not to make those comments. You have inferred that I have made those comments, and I did not.
If I can continue, Madam Chair?
Yes.
There are a lot of inferences being put forward in this council on this particular item. I would just like to remind members of council, or at least in my view, there's only one type of integrity. There are not two types of integrity. There are not two sets of rules. You either follow the rules or you do not follow the rules, and that's simply it. I'm not supporting this motion about looking at a separate set of rules. I would also say this. I'm not only on the nominating panel, I'm also on the appointments committee. I see many people who want to serve the city. And I want to focus on the fact that most of these people are just interested in serving the city. And I can tell you, after they come into this sort of environment, this civic environment, and all the things that go on here, it's often difficult to keep them. We have enough trouble getting good people. But this idea of somehow, having these undertones that there's something improper or unseemly, something might take place, it discourages candidates from coming forward. Somebody was asking questions, and I'm not naming any particular member of council, asking questions about whether they have real estate holdings. As the mayor properly pointed out, we're looking at people that have real estate experience who can bring their skills and knowledge and apply them here. I would hope to God that they would have real estate experience. In fact, most of the candidates that we're picking have far more experience in the real estate space than the majority of the members of council. We should be lucky to have them. I'm pretty sure that some of these candidates are even probably watching on YouTube, watching this debate, and they're thinking, I don't need this. They have their reputations, and their reputations are far more valuable in the private sector than coming down here and trying and taking this type of criticism. They don't need it, they don't want it, and it doesn't help in any way of trying to encourage more people to come and serve the city. They know what the rules are. In their applications, they declared their conflicts. If you want to go and look at those things, you can go and look at them. And if they have conflicts, Councillor Shiner can tell you, Councillor DiCiano, anyone who's served on Bill Toronto or TPLC, if they have a conflict, they declare them. The last thing that they want to do is get into trouble because they have their professional reputations. So I hope it is the end of this conversation. They are some great candidates that we have here today, and we should be supporting them all.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to call the question.
Councillor Campbell is calling the question. Recorded vote. To call the question.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Kelly, please.
Councillor Tracy, please.
The motion to call the question does not carry. The vote is 13 to 22.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, members. That may be the most ringing endorsement I get all term. I won't blow it. I just wanted to take one moment to step a little bit back from the particulars of the circumstance. As someone who's been on council since the introduction of our Code of Conduct and who has watched as it has evolved and watched also as the rules governing the various boards that we have gradually come in line with our Code of Conduct and watch the evolution of what those boards are responsible for, I think we've completely lost the plot in terms of what Councillor Davis is doing. There's no, and I listened carefully to her remarks, there's no effort here to impugn any individual. Nothing was said about any individual. This is simply part of how we are gradually increasing the public confidence that our agencies, boards, commissions, and other people that we appoint are meeting the highest standards of ethical behavior to reinforce people's faith in government. And the evidence is very simple. The motion that she's moved on this is identical to one that this council put in for our investment board. There's nothing implied here about this particular board or anyone who's applied to be on it. It does not chase anyone away from being on any of our current boards. No one left the investment board because council put that motion through. Governments all over Canada, in fact all over the world right now, are struggling to build public confidence that public money is spent in the most transparent and effective way, that members of the public who go on these boards meet high ethical standards. It's a constant effort. If you listen to every single presentation the Integrity Commissioner makes, nothing she does, nothing she recommends to us, none of the evolution of all the bits of specific advice she's given to us over the years is about implying that any of us does wrong or anyone on any of our boards does wrong. It's always in the spirit of making sure that the public that we represent have a growing faith in government. That's one of the duties we have here. I have no idea how we got so far off the rails because Councillor Davis, who frankly has been one of the champions on this council of transparency and accountability, is suddenly impugning anybody. Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. What motions like this do is give everyone who applies to be on one of our boards the assurance that we want them there to do the task they're there for, and that we're building in the safeguards so that they can say, there is an ethical framework here, I follow that ethical framework. It's about clarity, transparency, and getting the best out of these agencies and boards. And I have no idea why some members of this council would make it about anything else.
Thank you. Okay, on Councillor Davis's motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karygiannis.
The motion carries 20 to 16.
Okay, on the item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor McMahon, please.
Councillor Mihevc and Councillor DiCiano.
The item as amended carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Okay, our next timed item is on page 2, EX 28.21. The Toronto Professional Firefighters. Pardon? Oh, sorry, it was the park lawn item. Yeah. That's members' motion MM 34.3. Councillor Grimes, you're just going to move it?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Carroll's not here, so I'll just like to move the over the recorded vote, please.
Okay. On page 6, MM 34.3, recorded vote. Oh, on the amendment. Councillor Grimes, you moved an amendment yesterday?
Yeah. MM 34.3.
Okay, it's on this. We're on the item. Okay, there's questions to staff. Well, it was a timed item.
Well, then staff should be here.
Well, I don't know where the staff is. Pardon? Can we get the staff here?
We're voting. I released it. We were voting.
Yeah, no.
We're voting.
No, we're on the item, Councillor Grimes, because you asked for a recorded vote, then that...
So we're voting.
No. It was held down. We need staff here. So we're waiting
Madam
for
Speaker,
staff.
I held the item. Councillor Carroll's not here. I said I released the item with a recorded vote.
Yes.
And I sat down.
And then...
No, and we were voting.
Then Councillor Perks...
That was after the fact. It was after the fact, Madam Speaker. We were voting. We were in the middle of the vote.
The panel was open.
The panel was open.
Because... Yes, Councillor Grimes, you asked for recorded vote, so we weren't voting yet on the recorded vote. If you didn't ask for recorded vote, we would have voted on it. So, John, the Deputy City Manager is here. Councillor Davis, do you have a question? Do you have a question?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to ask the Deputy City Manager, could you put the motion on the screen, please? Okay.
This is questions to staff.
Mr. Deputy City Manager, there is a member's motion to request the City of Toronto to request Metrolinx to add a news station. Is that any recommendation that has been on any priority list at the City of Toronto? Is it in our network plan?
Madam Speaker, we've identified the additional stations at Park Lawn and Woodbine in previous reports. We've had indications that they were viable candidates for future, related to future development opportunities. So yes, we have indicated previously that those were two candidate sites.
And so it is on our identified in a network plan. We've had discussions of it, and we've had an opportunity to ask questions about it, and we've had written reports about that we've been able to ask and decide upon before, or is this the first time we've seen it? I'm asking straight up.
Madam Speaker, it's the former, not the latter. We have identified Park Lawn and Woodbine in reports that we've done on Smart Track, RER, and other reports. We've identified those sites. They haven't been the principal objects of a report. We've not made firm or hard recommendations, but have indicated that those are additional stations that are of interest to us associated with the associated development of both Woodbine and the what you would call the Mr. Christie site in the area of Humber Shores.
We have just had the first draft of the 5-year Metrolinx plan. Are we going to be responding to that?
Madam Speaker, yes, we are.
Why would we not put any other addition or priority in terms of our overall network plan and in terms of the Metrolinx plan? Why would we not discuss that and submit this in that context?
Madam Speaker, we always want you to put these stations in context. We always want Council to look at it in terms of a network. We've been simply advising that there are other opportunities, and it does include Park Lawn, it does include Woodbine. We've looked at the other Metrolinx RER stations like Bloor Lansdowne and at Spadina.
Are we putting those ones in?
They have been and will be included in our analysis of the plan that Metrolinx has for the future.
They are or they will be?
We will be commenting on their viability.
Then why wouldn't you comment on this one in the context of a submission from the City of Toronto so that we understand all of the priorities?
Madam Speaker, we're happy to do that.
Okay, but that's not what this is.
Well, it's a member's motion, and I believe any other member can put a motion through. Councillor Perks?
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe this is to the clerk. So, from time to time, City Council passes motions advising, asking us to advise some government of something. What's the process that happens there after that?
Madam Speaker, we would forward the advice from council to the appropriate minister or agency.
And it would just be this, whatever the member's motion was.
Whatever the member's motion was.
Right.
And whatever, well, actually, whatever the council decision.
Whatever council decision
Yes.
is. That's right. Maybe this is Mr. Livy, maybe this is city manager, I don't know. We have ongoing conversations with Metrolinx where we express what the city's goals and priorities are, and that comes out of the fuller reports that you've done?
Madam Speaker, that's correct.
That's correct. So here's where I'm a little confused. So we pay you guys the big bucks, you do the studies, you come forward with a network plan, you do public consultation, this council adopts them, you go and tell Metrolinx this is what the City of Toronto wants. How does that fit with the clerk sending a separate letter saying, oh, by the way, this one station is a priority for us? Are those, is that a coherent, integrated approach?
So, Madam Speaker, I wouldn't take the motion as being indicating a priority over others. I would simply say that what...
No, I haven't asked you that. I've asked you, so on the one hand...
I'm trying to explain, if that motion were to pass,
yes,
we would be aware of it, and we would be articulating that motion to Metrolinx in meetings that we have on a regular basis. We'd have a back and forth. They'd probably want to know what's happening around the site, the development, that we've got ongoing studies. Like all things that we do, we want to keep them fully informed of the development side and what that generates in terms of transit. So,
okay, thank you. That was helpful. We've looked at quite a number of GO stations within the City of Toronto in terms of how much they're going to cost and what their net impact on ridership would be. Is this the top station in terms of the net impact on ridership?
Madam Speaker, no, it's not.
It's not? Is it second?
I haven't got a list in front of me, but you've had council positions on the 6 additional smart track stations on the Go-Stouffville and the Georgetown lines. We're looking at the extension of the LRT out to the airport. There's a wide variety of things, and these have been secondary to those matters.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Livy.
Councillor Mihevc.
Thank you. Just a question that I think needs asking. Like, as I understand it, my colleagues are behind me, this really is about understanding that there might be an opportunity, given that there's a very large site next door that is ripe for development, and there might be some opportunities to do some synergies and have something available to the city that might not otherwise be available.
Madam Speaker, that's correct. We've had a submission, preliminary discussions with First Capital on the Mr. Christie site. We want to make sure that the timing of that site, the potential front-ending or payment of that station or whatever might be factored in.
This will not jump any queue. You'll do a business case analysis. You will do all the things. It's not going to go ahead of anything else. But if there's an opportunity to leverage something, this will help, frankly, mobility from south of Etobicoke into the city using the RER system.
Madam Speaker, yes, I want to just make sure this motion, if passed, would continue to have us articulate what's happening in that area.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay. Do we want to just have a recorded vote now? Oh. Councillor DiCiano to speak?
He held the item, Madam Speaker.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Grimes to speak?
Can I get this turned on, Madam Speaker?
Can we turn the mic on? Is it on? Tap it. Tap it. Tap your mic. Yeah, it's on.
I want the overhead, please. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
This is a picture of Humber Bay Shores. I would say this is probably the early 60s. There's Humber Bay Shores, and you can see Councillor Doucette's Ward at the top of the page.
No transit.
This is 60s, 70s, the old motel strip. Back in the late 80s and the 70s, the three levels of government got together, and we had a very problem area on the lakeshore there. They got together and formed Humber Bay Shores, where we expropriated the land all behind those motel owners, spent millions and millions of dollars to get the public ground Marine Parade Drive. We put in Humber Bay Park East and West, which is a great park that we have today. And this is it today. So there's the park we added. We filled in the lake. This is all public realm now. We created Humber Bay Shores probably to here. I took over right about here and worked my way this way. City planning supported all of this plan back in the 80s and early 90s. The three levels supported it, got the great public realm. What we didn't support, and you see the craft plant, Mr. Christie's plant just kind of in behind here. And we fought all the way up Park Lawn, all up here. And this is not current. These are all filled in now, all the way up Park Lawn. That density the city never supported. I fought along with city planning with Craft to protect the Craft plant, and we lost that. Three developers got together at the board and took our decision, so that's never been in our plan, and we have a huge density there. And it was great to hear Councillor Carroll say, in the debate on the parks, that in 10, 12 years she had, I think, 20,000 new people. She wants to upgrade the services, make the developers pay at wholesale prices. Well, that's what we're doing here. I have 30,000 people in the same time as Councillor Carroll had her 10, 12. I have 30 instead of 20.
More coming.
More coming. This is the park down by Park Lawn Lakeshore. I've had the mayor out there. He's seen this. This is back probably a few years. You see the cranes now going up in that place. Here's the Craft plant that has closed up and left. First Capital Realty's bought this property. I think we have to be familiar with First Capital. And here's what's happening to the plant now, being demolished. 27 acres of prime industrial lands. That is now at the board. First Capital's picked up the appeal from Mondelez that took it over from Kraft, and they're taking it now to the board. This council stands and fights for employment lands and asks for jobs, and regardless what happens there, if it's mixed-use designation that the developer is asking for, or we keep it jobs. We are at a tipping point down there. We're not going to attract any jobs, so we've been working with economic development, our Deputy City Manager, John Livy. We've talked to many people who have kicked the cat at this, but we want transit there. We are not going to get office if we don't have transit. Regardless what goes there, mixed use or jobs, we're not getting anything. This council, and to Councillor Perks' question, this council endorsed a GO station at this site through a motion the council I brought through last year. Council already endorsed it. What I'm asking for is, sorry, Councillor Johnny, I'm asking for, I'm not saying there's a station, and my wording says, we direct the City Manager, Deputy City Manager Cluster B to work with Metrolinx to consider further the feasibility of a Parkland GO station. That's what I'm asking. It's at a tipping point. Lakeshore Boulevard comes down to one lane. They can't move. People are choking. They're asking for transit. And thank God our Deputy City Manager is listening, our Mayor's listening. He's been out on a number of occasions, and we've got the waterfront reset going, but people are screaming. This station, if it did go in, it would join Councillor DeChano's ward and Councillor Doucette's ward. It would be awesome we get this thing in. As we go to the electrify that line and the 15-minute service, I think there's a chance to jump off the other station. But people in Humber Bay Shores and are screaming because they can't move. It's congested. So this is a priority for me, and it should be a priority for you, just like every other councillor. We're growing all over, and I think it's time that this council understand what's happening in other people's wards. It's just not their ward. Our city is booming. So I'm asking for help here. My community is screaming for it, and I ask you to let our Deputy City Manager, our Planning Department, work with whatever happens on those 27 acres and move forward with a plan to improve transit for Etobicoke Lakeshore. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is so important, Joey.
We do have some questions for you. Councillor Davis.
I don't dispute there's tremendous growth in that area, as there is in West Bay or East Bayfront, West Donlands, and other places in the city. What I don't understand is how this and why this is coming as a walk-on motion separate from every other report where we establish priorities and give direction to Metrolinx.
Okay, this is not the first time it's been here, but I can tell you this is going to the board. First Capital is taking this to the board. There's an opportunity here. There's been some without prejudice discussions with them. If we can get, as Councillor Carroll said, get them to pay for the wholesale prices, I don't know if that's going to be an opportunity, but those are discussions that could be had. Let them pay for the station. So I think that might get Metrolinx here, I don't know. But also our MPP, Peter Milchin, we all know very well, he's asked me through Twitter that the council make this a priority. James Maloney, our MP, if I can answer the question. James Maloney, our MP, myself, Councillor DeChano, and our MPP, Peter Milchin, are all on the same page. We're all three levels of government are agreeing we need a station here, so that's why it's here.
That's how we got the subway.
Okay.
What I don't understand is why, so what you're saying is that it's this development application that's before the board. When we've gone to ask for additional stations in the past, the provincial government has said, well, you're welcome to pay for them. You're saying this will be fully paid by a developer.
I'm not saying, I'm saying I'm asking to consider the feasibility, sit down, talk to Metrolinx. If they found out maybe that there is to be funded by a developer, will that change their mind? I don't know, but I asked staff to work with that and see what would come forward. I can't wait any longer, Councillor Davis.
What kind of work is going to be done? Are we doing design work, costing work? Are there any costs associated with this?
I'm asking staff to look at it. It's a conversation with Metrolinx. But I think before that, I think they have to hear that this council understands that there's a priority. It's a tipping point down there, and we need transit now.
How do we do this on one-off basis?
Okay, Councillor Davis, you asked that question. Answered it. Let's not just keep repeating the same questions, please. We don't want to come back tomorrow. Councillor Matlow?
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor Grimes, what do you believe would be the proper consideration process to determine whether or not there's merit in the proposal that you're advancing?
Well, again, I would leave that to the professionals. Our staff, John Libby, we're in very capable hands with him and our planning staff. Greg Lintern, our acting chief planner, he was there as a director watching this build out, so I know he has a very good handle on what's happening down there, the stuff that the city's approved and the stuff we haven't, that the OMB's approved. So I think the OMB has a role to play. They've approved transit, or they've approved densities here that was never in our plan, and we're at a choking point down there. So I think, you know, we're in good hands. Let staff do the work, and I'd like to see this come back.
Really, what I'm asking though is that you would you want to see a process that is completely fact-based, that considers everything from existing density to any ridership projections that can be created?
Yes.
Looking at projected density in the future, looking at you know, every possible variable that would either demonstrate the merit of this or not, and if it came back.
Councillor Matlow, this is not clarification of the motion.
How is it not?
It's not. Read the recommendation.
Well, you're right. Consider further feasibility. It says right here. Consider further.
Yes. I'm asking about the feasibility and the consideration. Yes. How is that not? Are you ruling against me?
No, I'm not. But just try to keep on topic, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm speaking specifically about what is feasibility, and I'm not arguing with anyone.
The answer is yes, Councillor Mello. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so through that consideration and through a fact-based process, if it came back and it demonstrated that it's a good idea, of course I imagine you'd support it. But if it came back and it said, you know what, it just doesn't merit moving forward, would you also accept that?
I don't know if I could, but my community's not going to accept it. But you know the position I'm in, Councillor Matlow. You're probably going through the same thing. So again, I'm being told by my residents.
But you do support a fact-based.
Well, I do. But again, you know, we need some relief down there. We need some help right away. It's not like we can wait 10 years. Things are happening fast down there, faster than most people. I don't. We ever thought the plan would come this fast and furious. So like in other words, I mean. We didn't believe that the city would build out this fast. So we were so far behind the 8 ball. It's not funny. And my ward's not the only, and I recognize that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What we're asking questions on and what we have before us is a member's motion. Okay. A member's motion with a recommendation. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, members. I want to begin by saying that I completely support the idea of the City of Toronto advocating for GO station improvements wherever they make sense. And I completely support that when a local councillor encounters local difficulties, they should be making the staff aware of this and it should be made part of the plan. And that's exactly why twice already this council has directed staff to study this location for a GO station. We did it with EX 1617, which was the Waterfront West Transit Reset, and we did it previously with EX 9.9, which was the long-term transit priority exercise that staff brought to us. All of that is absolutely important and it's great, but those two exercises were both done by staff to give us new information, to give us new context, and to think in terms of a network. That's a good process. That enables all of us to understand how the Park Lawn Station connects to the eventual Waterfront West LRT proposals, connects to the RER proposal. It gives it all context. And that's the right way for us to do things. If instead we had a procedure here, which at every meeting, any member of council who had a transit concern in their ward brought a notice of motion directing staff to tell the province it was important and directing staff to go and do work on it, we would have absolute chaos. It's difficult, yes, it is chaotic. It is chaotic, absolutely. You're quite right. You're absolutely right. And as the councillor, yep, and as a councillor whose constituents raise transit with me all the time, I have chaos and problems too. Each and every one of us does. So we could have a war of all against all, fighting to say my ward's more important, no, my ward's more important, no, a member of provincial parliament puts something on Twitter, drop everything, or we could try to work together as a council to get decent long-range and short-term range transit planning with some kind of context and some kind of cost-benefit analysis. I know it is really difficult to tell members of the public, listen, we have a plan, we're working it through, we're trying to spend for the greatest impact to move the most people with the scarce dollars we have, and to do it in a way that we create a network that opens the whole city up to you, not just your front door. I know that's a hard sell, and it's much easier to say, look at me, anytime my member of provincial parliament puts something on Twitter, I get a motion through council, I'm working for you. Which of those two scenarios do you really think produces A, better transit, and B, better public trust in how we do transit planning? All of that notwithstanding, I voted, just like all of you did, to direct city staff to look at these lands and to look at them in terms of the exact development Councillor Grimes was talking to you about when item EX 1617 came up. We already did this. I just want to caution all of you. If you think you're helping transit planning by bringing me first motions with no staff report attached, with no context, with no analysis, you're not helping.
Councillor Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I could bring a motion today asking us to revisit the LRT up Jane Street, but I won't. I will be supporting this. Again, as Councillor Perks says, this isn't the first time it's before us. Councillor Grimes says this isn't the first time before us. It's not. But this is an opportunity to look at 27 acres of land. Thank you. When this land does get developed, it'll be gone. We will never have a chance in this area to build something like a station. So my ward is just a hop, skip and a jump over a river to the east. In that south portion of my ward, we are looking at possibly 6 more towers going in. When I drive to Community Council in the mornings, when we have Community Council in Etobicoke, I see the bumper-to-bumper traffic trying to get downtown, trying to get along Lakeshore. And I know at Community Council, Councillor Grimes is asked to do traffic control. And I have objected to some of it, because all it would do is put more traffic onto the local roads which end up in my ward. There's only so many roads coming across that river. And all that traffic is having to get across the bridge. Therefore, we really need to seriously look at other forms of transportation which my residents can probably walk to. I know Councillor Grimes' residents can walk to. Councillor DiCiano's residents may have to get on a bus. But the point is, this is an opportunity. It's already on the table. It's not the first time we're hearing about it. We're not trying to jump the queue, but we do seriously need to look at this opportunity because the land is there right now. So this has got my support. It will always have my support. It needs to be reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, I have concerns about the amendment itself, but I strongly support the motion itself, and I'll explain what the difference is to me. I think Councillor Grimes, along with Councillor DiCiano and Councillor Doucette, the local regional councillors, have a strong case about the density that's there and most likely will continue to grow. And I'd far rather see people get off the roads and get off the Gardiner and have access to go, if possible. So to look at if it's possible to move forward with a GO station there, I think is reasonable. And it should be done in a way that the facts are gathered and that there's an evidence-based decision about whether or not it's appropriate. Intuitively, I understand why some people would think it is. And that's why it's important to collect the facts and then demonstrate that it's so. My concern about this amendment about advised Metrolinx that this station is a priority for the City of Toronto, like already saying the word priority, is that fact-based process hasn't happened yet. If the information came back and it says that they're right and that it should be a priority, then I would beat the drums with them and say, let's move forward. But the reason that I support the motion itself is because, and this is where I differ from some who will say, don't even move forward at this stage with that, is that there's a very strong precedent here of us requesting more GO stations, for example, more Metrolinx stations, rather, during our UP Express discussions, where we've advanced the case of adding local stations along that route. We've also demanded that they make those fares affordable. We were successful as a council together advocating for that goal. The definition of smart track today is really an inclusion of, and a wise inclusion of local stations along the GO RER to ensure that we use this corridor in a way that isn't just sort of a regional express, but that can connect people throughout the city. And in this case, if the information comes back that supports it, and that's why I want the government to look at this. I think it would be awful if they wouldn't at least look at it, given the density there. And I want to acknowledge the local councillors for their advocacy on this. They've pushed this agenda on behalf of the residents. The reason I disagree with the amendment is that then where the agenda needs to take a moment pause is to then go, okay, we all know that we believe strongly it should happen. Let's go find out if our belief meets all the facts, all the relevant facts, and if that comes together, then we add the word priority. And that's where I stand at this point. And I hope that the facts do support you, and then we can continue on.
Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's interesting that we have a debate about a feasibility study about a GO station. It's interesting that when it happens to be in Etobicoke or Scarborough, those people don't count.
Oh, come on. Stop interrupting, Councillor Davis and Councillor Perks. I can hear you from here, Councillor Davis.
He misrepresented.
Okay.
He just said it was his fault.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I want to thank you for standing up for democracy and telling my colleagues behind me, especially the ones on the left, that they need to listen. If they don't want to listen, well, they got another option. They can always leave, but I will not go there. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll try to make it succinct. I'll be...
I don't okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge all our colleagues to support Councillor Grimes' request. I think it's a legitimate request. You can put your head in the sand like an ostrich and let... well, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to say anything about on my left here. It's always the left. I mean, we can stick our head in the sand and let the progress go by, or we can jump along with it and make sure that we ride the rails, if you want to say it as such. So therefore, I think the opportunity is there. It's not a tweet from a former colleague in this place or a provincial member of parliament. He's supporting it. The local councillors are requesting it. It's going to affect their community, and there's nobody else that knows the community better than the local councillor. Therefore, we should support him. We might want to argue with him, but to get up and say, well, this is not the place and all that stuff, you know what? I didn't vote for the bike lanes. I had my difficulties with them. However, I voted my conscience. If you don't want to vote for that, that's fine. But to get up and bash is not the way to go. So I ask of you to support Councillor Grimes' motion, because he knows his community best, and he's here representing his community, and he's here requesting that his community get transportation like all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mihevc.
Madam Speaker, this kind of to me is getting a bit silly. There is nothing wrong with the amendment, to my mind, in what Councillor Grimes is moving. It says a priority, not the number one priority, but a priority. And in the wisdom, the wisdom by Councillor Doucette, I think, is accurate. There's an opportunity here because there's a development right next door. We seize opportunities when there's parks development, where there's community center development. We do that all the time. The local councillor is saying, staff are affirming, no one's trying to jump the queue here, but you're trying to seize an opportunity. That's smart. And we should support the local councillor if he and planning staff can figure this out, not jump any queues, and come back with a plan for a redevelopment of that 27 acres and get some good public transit there. You know, the RER project is the most, probably other than the Eglinton Crosstown, together, they're the two most important projects affecting mobility in this region. And if we don't get Metrolinx to think of RER as intra-Toronto city mobility and just 905 to 4016, then we've lost a lot. So this, I think, is a smart move for us as a city, and we should endorse it, noting clearly it says a priority, not the only priority, and it helps him out with his case. Let's support it.
Thank you. Councillor Davis to speak.
At the risk of being accused of what I don't know, any number of things, I stand on my feet to say I'm quite happy to support the first motion. But I have nothing to understand why you're amending it to call it a priority. And I have no additional information here that helps me understand the opportunity or what deal is in the works. So I'm happy to support the notice of motion. I did in the past, and I will again, but not the amendment.
Thank you. So let's put the amendment on the screen. Oh, sorry. Mayor Tory to speak.
I'll just be brief. First of all, this has nothing to do with my reason for strongly supporting this, but it should be noted that the member sponsoring the motion is being inducted into the Etobicoke Sports Hall of Fame tonight, and I think that's fantastic. He doesn't look like much. He doesn't look, Madam Speaker, like much of an athlete. But I mean, having said all that, I'll leave that for another day.
He's not. He's not even wearing a tie today.
Madam Speaker, I would just say this. First of all, I don't think we should be discouraging people, and I don't hear anybody really doing it, although to some extent there's an insinuation that people should be discouraged from doing what I think is their responsibility in here, and people will either vote for or against this motion. I'll be voting strongly in favor of it. But, you know, it has been mentioned in response to questions that this actually has been mentioned, and I think Councillor Perks very helpfully cited specifically reports in which this was mentioned before. The Deputy City Manager implied there may even be others. Secondly, let's look at what it does ask for, and I think Councillor Mihevc very well pointed out this is just mentioned as a priority, not the top priority or the fourth or most important priority, just a priority. Thirdly, I think it is the responsibility of the local member of council to move a motion like this, and I heard his neighbouring councillors standing up and supporting that, which is also important to me. In some respects, you might argue, given what's going on down there, it's irresponsible not to ask the province to do this when you have the opportunity and when the spotlight is going to be shone on this because of a municipal board hearing and because of the provincial government taking a look at all of this. And finally, I guess, you know, and this was really, I think, borne out by something I think Councillor Perks said about affordability and other things. If we don't ask for something, then we're certainly not going to get it. And I think with the province, my experience has been you have to keep asking and keep asking and keep asking and keep asking. And sure, in the meantime, if we want to do studies, which is what this asks for, what are the words? Consider, feasibility, advise council as appropriate, and look at the question of whether private sector people might pay for this. I mean, to me, this is all good, and we should support this as is, as amended, but as is are the words that are here, and get on with trying to press the case to get a station there for the thousands of people who have totally inadequate public transportation in that neighbourhood right now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So if we can put the amendment on the screen, recorded vote.
This is on the amendment.
Yes.
Councillor Troisi, please.
The amendment carries 28-3.
Item is amended. Recorded vote. Councillor Grimes? Yeah.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 31 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Our next timed item is EX 28.21, Toronto Professional Firefighters Association. Councillor Campbell, you held the item down. Okay. Councillor Grimes? Do we need to go in closed session? Oh. Councillor Campbell?
Yep. The motion reads that council recess its public session to meet as committee of the whole in closed session to consider EX 28.21 results of interest arbitration with the Toronto Professional Firefighters Association Local 3888, International Association of Firefighters, reason for confidential information, labor relations or employee negotiations, and receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege.
Okay, favor, carried. So 10 minutes. We'll get everyone to vacate the council chambers. Thank you.